Hello, everyone. Welcome back. Uh, uh-oh. Tristan told me this button would work, but it does not, in fact, work. Will it work if I do that? Okay, I need to go on break. I'll be back in a moment. Something is wrong. But we'll be back in a second. All right, now that looks better. Hopefully you can see me, hear me, see the PDF, all the fancy YouTube things that we take for credit. Hello, Clover. How are you doing? So we are in the middle of Bitty Bytes 4, which has some inappropriate title that I forgot. Oh, Big Ol' Bitties. There we go. Big Ol' Bitties. There we go. I have recalled the inappropriate title. So welcome back. So last time we ended on this liar chaos construction, and this time we get to start with a liar Kropke. So it's not inappropriate. Nearly half of the population has them. I probably should not engage in too deep in this conversation. So far, Glipperl has made my favorite puzzle, and also made another puzzle. So there's some trepidation, that I am that we go to the next one, which is this liar Kropke puzzle. So by the way, if you've not seen this pack before, these puzzles are all quite small. And if you enjoy this, there are 3 more of them. So I encourage you to go hunt down the earlier ones as well. So we have digits separated by a black dot or in a 1-to-2 ratio. Digits separated by a white dot are consecutive. The digits 1 and 2 may be separated by a dot of either color. All possible dots are given. Also, shade some cells. If 2 adjacent cells are both shaded, the dot or lack thereof between them is incorrect. Okay, oh, right. Probably be in that mode. Probably looks better. Just teeny little guys. That is fair. Also shade some cells. If okay, yeah. Okay, so yeah, if 2 digits are both shaded, then the dot or lack between is incorrect. Okay, so an interesting digit to contemplate in this puzzle is the digit 2, because you'll notice that 2 is next to all of 1, 3, and 4. So as Emma also notes, so everywhere that so the 2 in this box is on a shaded cell, for sure. Uh, Likewise, the 2 in this row is actually on a shaded cell. And in this column as well. And in this column as well, actually. Now, we aren't given anything like all the shaded cells are connected or anything like that. But we do have sort of to mind the 2. So this cell can't be a 2. That's the point. If this cell is a 2, oh no, it could. Sorry, it could be a 2 if that was a 4. But the key thing is the 2 is yeah, the 2 is going to connect to every adjacent cell. Is the thing with a dot. So like if this is a 2, then all of this needs to be shaded. Which is interesting. So yeah, so if this is a 2, let me just sort of start filling this in. If this is a 2, it's definitely shaded because there's no dots there. That immediately shades these as well. But now, okay, it's only okay. The dot only works if the dot's only wrong if both cells are shaded. So this could just be unshaded, actually, and it would be okay. I think it's just fine if this is unshaded and it's a 1 or a 3, right? I think that is well within the rules. Right. As DWeb points out, it also shades this because the only black dot that's valid is 1, 2, 4, so that would be shaded as well. I'm not trying to prove anything here. I'm just building an intuition so that I can say sentences that I might be able to prove someday. Okay. So the whole point of this is going to be that the entire grid has to be shaded, isn't it? I think the point of this is going to be that I'm just going to have to shade the entire grid. That's my guess. But I could be wrong. Yeah, as Emma says, the 3s, the only thing a 3 doesn't dot is a 1. So if you put a 3 in a corner, actually, sorry, there's just nowhere I could put a 3 that wouldn't require multiple dots next to it, right? Uh-oh, we're apparently dropping frames again. Trust the process. Has anyone ever believed that the phrase "trust the process" would lead to me feeling soothed and more confident? One can only connect to 2, so we can't have an unshaded box. Can't have a fully shaded box. Okay, so yeah, so if I just shade this entire box, this is DWeb's point. Sorry, this is Paul Fly's point. Then I have to put a 1 somewhere. And now, by virtue of the fact that it is shaded, these two need to both be digits that connect with 1 in some way. So these would both have to be something else, right? So these would both have to be 2 because the dot is missing, so it's the lack of dot that's wrong. So these would both have to be 2, and that doesn't work. Okay, I believe that. I'm comfortable with that. So we do actually have to leave some part of dots involving 1s unshaded. Let's see. There is a negative constraint on unshaded stuff. It's said in the PDF, I believe. So there's a negative constraint in both directions. It's just there's no negative constraint on. Oh, there is a negative constraint even on stuff between shaded and unshaded. Liam says 2, 3, 4 always shaded. We're at somewhere close to that. But yeah, like it would be okay to have like at least this does not break the rules, I believe. But this would break the rules. Oops, sorry. But this would break the rules. Yeah, I don't think there is any cell with enough dots to be an unshaded 2, 3, or 4 is my impression, because all of those see too many things. So if the black... So yeah, I think the 1s are allowed to be unshaded and everything else is shaded. Which means, like, in this column, if in this column, if we believe this, if we believe that the 1 is unshaded and everything else is shaded, then the 1 and 2 have to stay apart for whatever that is worth. And likewise in this row and this column. I wonder if there's something about footsie along this statement that is useful. I'm not sure. But yeah, if the Tabris, the problem with shading all cells is that now there's no place for 1 in this box, because if I put a 1 here, then these cells would both have to have a dot with 1 because the absence of a dot is incorrect. Do note, if both of these are shaded, it would be within the rules to have this be 2, 3, for example, because it is the wrong dot with them. I think I pretty much believe that aside from these dots, 1 needs to be unshaded and 2, 3, 4 need to be shaded. I think I'm pretty comfortable with that, but let's see. Okay, so 3 and 4. So let's just think about a column, because I think a column's a little easier to think about than a box. If we believe this, and we think about where 1 and 2 go, 1 and 2 have to not touch, but also 3 has to not touch 2 or 4. And if 3 has to not touch 2 or 4, that means the 3 definitely needs to go in one of the opposite ends of the column. So one of the ends is a 3. And then the 4, okay, yeah, right. Okay, so the 2, so I think we have a weird X-wing on 3s, because I think there needs to be a 3 in each of these, I think. Because, yeah, the 2, 3s, and 4s, I believe need to be shaded. And so, therefore, 3 is shaded, can't go next to 2 or 4. And in fact, so therefore it has to go next to the 1. So, like, if I just look at column 4 here, right, the 3 has to go next to something. The only thing it can go next to is a 1. So if the 1's on the inside, the 1 and 2 can't go next to each other. So the 1 actually goes on the opposite side. So these are actually a 1, 3 pair. And these are a 2, 4 pair. No, that doesn't work either. That doesn't work, right? Shaded 3 next to shaded 4. Oh, no, shaded 3 can go next to shaded 4. Oh, sorry, you're right. Shaded 3 can go next to shaded 4. So, because they are consecutive. So actually the thing I was proving was the opposite. You're right. So yeah, so it's not, so I don't think that, so I think the thing I said about the 3 was wrong. Yeah, 1 can't go next to 2 unless there's a dot. Okay, so yeah, it's the 2. So in a column, so in a column, 2 can only go next to, yeah. Right. In a column, 2 can only go next to one thing. No, that's not true. Sorry, no, this is backwards. I don't know what 1 is always opposite 2 in a box means. I've seen it said several times, but I don't know what it means. Is then they're diagonally opposite? Diagonally opposite, because otherwise they would make a yeah, so we have to have a 1, 2, 3, 4 checkerboard, because the 1 is unshaded and the 2 is shaded, and so if they touched, it would be a problem. So we have this in some order. And so these are definitely shaded. But sorry, it could be the opposite of this. I don't know which one it is yet. but these are definitely shaded, and one of these is unshaded. Is what is happening, but it could go the other direction. But the same is actually true in this box, right? Because the dots are crossing boxes, not within boxes. So we actually always have 1-2 checkerboard sort of all the way over. Right. So for this box, we have the 1-2 checkerboard as well, but the 1-2 checkerboard has to go the other way, is chat's point. Because that can't be a 1-2 either, or we'd have a 1-2 pair and there'd need to be a dot. So these are 1-2, these are 3-4 as well. And again, remember, this is just, we're bifurcating, but only between two worlds. So it's like, it's not the worst possible bifurcation. But now, yeah, it's not trifurcation. It's only bifurcation. It's genuine bifurcation. And Paul Fly pointing out we should extend this over here as well. 3-4, 1-2. And now this 1-2 actually forces this to be 3-4 in this universe, because of that same logic. So now we get these 1-2s. Okay. So we know all of those are shaded. Yeah, I guess we can subcolor. Like this, and see that, and we can also do it for the 1-2s. And so we actually have both flavors of 3-4 are on some sort of dot with the same flavor of 1-2. So these are either both unshaded or both shaded. Because they're either both 1 or they're both 2. Because if they were both 1, then the problem is 1 doesn't black dot a 3 or a 4. So they have to be both 2. And so, in fact, this is 2. These are 1. So these are my unshaded, if you will. And then the rest of it is shaded. And so that makes this a 4. 3, 4, 4, 3, 3, 4, 3. Okay. So that all worked out. But we haven't actually solved the puzzle, because we just went the one way. I don't know. So I think, so I'm of two minds about this. I love that this exists, and I'm glad I engaged with it, but I despise this as a puzzle. But as a intellectual exercise in creativity and exploration, I think this is an A+. And there is sort of a back and forth in the in Bitty Bytes between these sort of various flavors. So Yeah, so this is exactly the kind of thing that I expect out of a Bitty Bytes thing, and it's very cool that this sort of worked out. Uh, it needs a 9x9 for sure. Send it to Glipperl. Okay, so we have same sum irregular killer. Normal 5x5 Sudoku rules apply, except that the regions are irregular and must be identified by the solver. Each cage is fully contained within a region. All cages have in the same region have the same sum. All cages in different regions have different sums. Okay, interesting. Okay, so this sounds very up my alley. As these things go. Okay, so I was thinking about geometry here. So this either joins this or this in a region, and if it joins that, then it looks exactly like that. This has a little more flexibility. Hey, Nell. Hope you're doing well. So if these go together, then the sum... Oh, yes, these two can't go together. That's the point. Parity, as Sayori says. If these two go together, then the sum of the region is even, but the sum of the region is not even. The sum of the region is odd. And therefore, this is one of our regions. Because as soon as this region grows here, it takes both of these, but now it can't take anything else because it would be too big. So we have one region, and we might as well take full advantage of Sayori's point to fill in that we know that this digit is odd. So we've got that. So this digit joins this digit for sure. And now we know what it does, because if it joined this, then that would be too big. So that region is determined. Let's see. This region now can't join that because of the same reason. If these joined, it would be even. So this region has to do that. And then once it takes that cell, it's got to take that cell. Okay, and this can't join that. So this has got to join this. So we've got that. And here we just have an FU right in the middle of the thing, if I remember my pentomino names. Let's see. That is the Easter egg, I am sure. So oh yeah, I like these regions. This is good region building. So this is also odd. And that's not odd. There we go. This is also odd because these two do have the same sum. So this is still 1, 3, 5. Oh, in fact, pink just is 3 5s, right? Because all three of these have the same sum. We can actually just divide 15 by 3. So pink is 5. Right, so these are not 5. So these are a 1, 3 pair, actually. Because if they were the same, the sums would be the same. So these are a 1, 3 pair. So this digit and this digit, neither of them is 1 or 3. And this one's not 5 either. So this one is 2 or 4 because these are different 1, 3s. Green is not 5 because if green was 5, these two would each sum to 5 as well, Ron, and the cages in different regions have to have different sums. Oh Oh, yes, 5 in yellow is placed. How about that? So that's probably easier than the thing I was doing. Though for the record, the thing I was doing was cooler. But yes, this is a 5. And so under no circumstances is this sum 9, because then this sum would be 9, and this would need to be a -3. So that is, in fact, a 2, making that a 1, and that a 3, making these a 3, 4. There we go. Oops. Boop, 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 boop. 0, 1, 4. This 3, 4 goes there. One of these two is a 1. This sum is 6, because it's 15 divided by 2. So if the sum is 6, this is actually known to be 1, 5, because it can't be 2, 4. And so that makes that a 4 and a 1 and a 5 and a 1 and a 2, doing my little bit of Sudoku there. Okay, and so so we have that. Okay, 1 is in this cage now, just by Sudoku. So, and the sum can't be 6. So the sum has to be 7 or 8, if we look at it. Let's see. Oh, 7's used too. Sorry, chat has pointed out yellow is 7. Okay, so so these don't sum to very much, but the minimum they can sum to is actually 5. So this sums to a maximum of 10. I guess the 10th total could even be 10. Okay, this is these sum to 5, so these two sum to 5, is people's point in chat. So in the row, purple's sum is 5, so that's 10. These two sum to 5. If I put the 1 here, that makes this sum 6 and repeats the sum. So that's definitely where the 1 goes, which makes these a 1, 4 pair in that order by Sudoku, which makes these a 2, 3 pair, which makes that a 4, 3, 4. And so you can go ahead and note this number is a 3 or a 5. I'm not sure which yet. This number is also a 3 or a 5, and I'm not sure which yet. This number is a 2 or a 3, but it's not a 3 per run. So this number is a 2. These are 3, 4, 5, and this one is not 4 or 5. So that is 3, 5, 4, 3. And then these are 2 and 5. I really enjoyed that one. That one was very that one was a very enjoyable puzzle. This one is very much my speed. I like this a lot. I would do a 9x9 of this rule set. Let's see. Tetromino Rooms by Agent. Normal 4x4 Sudoku rules apply, except the regions are irregular and must be determined by the solver. 2 regions of the same shape never share an edge. And clues outside the grid have the shape of the region containing the nth cell from that direction, where n is the digit placed in the first cell in that direction. 2 regions, sorry, clues outside the grid give the shape. Okay, got it. Okay. There we go. Okay, so here is our thing. Okay, so we've got an I somewhere here. Uh, right. I has to be vertical, is a smart spot. I was looking for, yeah, two regions of the same shape never share an edge. So the problem that Emma is alluding to with I being is that I need an I somewhere, and if the I is horizontal, then the L here is wrong. So the I needs to be vertical. It's not in the column with an S clue. Can't be here because that would force a second I, and I's aren't allowed to touch. Can't be here because that would force a second I. So in fact, this is my I, or an I. Well, this is actually, we actually know this is the only I. So we therefore know this is a 4 in order to make that work. So now the L in this row, let's see, something, is somewhere. Yeah, this can only be 2 or 3 for sure. So one of these two is an L, but there's, well, there aren't that many shapes of L, honestly, that I could fit in here. The L could be horizontal like that, though, Ron, right? If there's something wrong with the L looking like that, I don't think it's a problem that I can immediately see. DWeb believes the S can't go here. Yeah, the S, yeah, that's weird. Yeah, so one of these is pretty direct. The S can't do that because it creates a lone cell. The S can't do this because it creates two L's touching. So this is not the S. So one of these is an S. So this is not a 1. So this is a 2 or a 3. Going down. I should probably turn off row column labels. Yeah, this can't be part of the S for the same reason. So the S is either here or here. Is there any S starting here that works? Yes, there is an S starting here that works. Is there any S starting here that works? Yeah, so we're going to get two L's either way, I think. I feel like the only way this is going to work is an L on top of an S on top of an L in some combination. I'm not quite sure yet. Oh, right. We can't do this, Emma points out, because if I make that S, it breaks the L clue, because I know one of these two has to be part of the L. And so that forces this direction, I think. Although I would not make any profound claims that we've solved this puzzle, but there must be a better way to do this. That was horrible. I don't know. Okay, I don't honestly feel like there was a significantly better way than this. But agent puzzles usually don't have that kind of thing. I don't know. Might be like a more incremental way to do it. I'm not quite sure. Like, it's one of those things where it's like I was pretty sure it had to be this or the mirror, And so like you could sort of like guess what the solution had to be, but actually proving it, I don't know. Didn't see a good way to do that. So that's a 3 and that's 2. Let's see. So these are a 1-3 pair going on there. Let's see. 4 is placed in row 2. Good, yes. 4 is placed in row 2. So now 3 is placed over there. So now 3 is placed there, and that's a 1. 3 in yellow is now there, so that's a 2, and that's a 1. That's a 2. That's a 1 and a 4. That's a 4, and that is a 2. Yeah, I mean, I in this case, it's not that I don't believe we had a proof. It's just the proof that we did not have any steps that I enjoyed. And so I feel like there's probably a better, more systematic way to do this. It's a shame you probably can't do this in 9x9s, but you could do like a 9x9 with pentominoes, probably. Like a 9x9 with this with pentominoes would be fun. And just make it so you have to put it on the pentominoes instead of size 9 regions. That would be fun. I'd enjoy it. Like, I feel like this has a lot of potential. At least the way we solved it, I don't think we found the potential. But I 100% believe there is a better way to do it. Like, the rule set is super clever. Okay, now we have Playmaker. Normal 4x4 Sudoku rules apply with each 4x4 grid. 2 cells that contain red diamonds must not contain the same digit. For each grid independently, if the digit n appears in any white circle, it must appear exactly n times in the white circles in and around the grid. Okay. Circles outside of the left grid are skyscraper clues. And circles outside the right grid are numbered rooms clues. Okay. Hey, Isaiah. Hope you're doing well. So yeah, 10 white circles in each pose. So the only thing is we have to make these 2 different in the solution. Everything else is the same. But we need exactly 1, 1 here in one of these. And the 1 definitely doesn't go in either of these cells. In this case. Not true? If one of these was a 1, I would put a second 1 in a circle, right? Oh, right. Sorry. No, you're right. Right. So I have that logic reversed. Right. So yeah, if this were a 1, right. If this is a 1, it doesn't make this a 1. If this is a 1, it puts a 1 where this says to put a 1. So it could be that we put a 1 out here for what it's worth. It's interesting that in this row, we have this... Actually, in this row and in this column, we have these 2 cells. At least one of these 2 is a 1. Because if neither of these is a 1, it puts 2... Oh, no, it could... Sorry, that's not even true, because that could be the 1. Yeah, it is true. I agree with Emma. Neither of these cells can be a 1. Because if this was a 1, then that would make that a 1. And if this is a 1, it would make that a 1. So I had the right idea, but my logic was backwards. So one of these two is a 1, is the point. I admit I haven't actually thought a great deal about the Skyscraper one yet. So if either of these is a 4, the other one is a 1. So these kind of want to be a 1-4 pair, but I don't think they have to be. Yes, Nils. This is Bitty Bytes 4 that we are working through today. The annual series that I'm told has one more year. Let's see. I'm being told 1 is not here. I don't see why. Otherwise, there aren't enough places for 4 circled 4s. That is amazing. Apparently, our door blew open. I don't understand this bit about the 1 here, though. I do agree with that there's only one direction where the 1-4 goes. Because if I try and do this one, oops. If I try to make this 1-4 this way, it puts a second 1 in a circle. I agree. But I don't think I know any reason why this doesn't work immediately. Okay. Yeah, at least one outside clue has to be a 4, I agree, because there's no circled 4 in column 4. Hey, Playmaker. I hope you're doing well. Could also just think about the numbered rooms grid. I thought about the numbered rooms grid for a while, and I thought maybe this 1 was going to be interesting because of over here. But I am not sure. It does sort of feel like this one's on the left, so it sort of feels like I'm supposed to start over here. One of these, so also in the numbered rooms grid, one of these has to be a 4. One of the outside circles, because as people have pointed out in both cases, there's a column without a 4, so there has to be a circle with a 4. Yes. Ron has done Sudoku. So we mentioned there's one way that these being 1-4 works, because as soon as one of these is 4, the other one is 1. But this doesn't actually work because the 1 is forced up here, and now I've got 2 1s in circles. So neither of those is 4. Rather, one of these is 4. And so one of these two universes is right. Either that's a 4 and a 4, that's a 3 and a 3, that's a 2 and a 2, and that's a 1 and a 1. Well, sorry, one of these strings is correct. At least one. Could be both, right? Could be both. Yeah, Emma has been a very valuable chat contributor. If this is a 4, we need this to also be a 4, I am being told. I don't immediately see why. But I agree that if that's true, then this is always a 4. Oh, yep, I agree. Okay, yeah. So if this is a 4, then there's no 4 in a circle in either of these columns. So then we need 2 4s outside the grid. But we can only get 2 4s outside the grid in these two places because remember this is all predicated on us proving that neither of these circles is a 4. So right, so if I do put that 4 there, then I've actually lopped 4 out of 2 things. So this is definitely a 4 1 2 3 4. For what it is worth. Which seemed like it might be useful. Ron says, so the bottom skyscraper is a 3? Right. It is always a 3. Right. Very good. So this isn't a 4. So this number is less than 3 because 1 and 2 are the only digits left. And so there's a 4 up here. So this number is always a 3, is Ron's point, which is very cool. And this one can only be a 1 or a 2. Based on where the 4 is. If it's a 1, that's the 4. If it's a 2, that's the 4. I'm looking at people pointing out that if this digit is a 2, it puts a 2 in this circle. But I don't quite see it. If this is a 4, I definitely get a 2 here and a 2 here. Oh, and a 2 here. Wow. Okay, yeah. So this digit can't be 4 because it's actually that becomes 2, that becomes 2, and there's a 2 in the circle over here. So that's not 4. So therefore that is 4. I like that. That is cute. So that's a 1, which now makes that a 1 for sure because I can't have a second 1 anywhere, which now means this certainly is not 4. Oops. Sorry, I just wanted to get rid of that. Okay, so these are a 2 and a 3, which does make that a 1 and a 2. These are a 3, 4. And I know this is not a 4. So where is my last circled 4 going? My last circled 4 is going there. And that is a 3. These are 2, 3, so we're going to use the circles to resolve this deadly pattern. That's a 4 and a 1. So this is always a 2, if you look at it, because this is always blocked. You always see those 2. And so now there's a 2 in a circle here, a 2 in a circle here. There cannot be a 2 in a circle here. So that's 3 and 2, 2 and 3. And now the 1 doesn't go in the diamond. The 1 goes over here, which I think is the entire link between the two of the puzzles. And now we're numbers roomsing it up. So these are 2, 3, 4. If I look at that, let's see. Oh, right. This can't be a 1 because I can't put 1 in the circle. So therefore, that's a 1. Now 1 can't go in this circle, so 1 goes there. And now, at long last, 1 goes here. Okay, so that means that cell's not a 4 because it would require putting a 1 there. So one of these is a 4. That cell's not a 3 because it would require putting a 1 there. There we go, Martin. Let's see. So I know there's a 3 up here. So this is a 2 or a 4. This can't be a 2. So it's got to be a 3 or a 4. This is 2, 3, or 4, but it's not 3. Because that would be a 1. This is looked at by a pencil marked 4. That's a good point. So this is a 3. Which makes this for sure a 2 or a 4. If this was a 2, it would be the only thing. That 2-4 pair now makes that a 3, which now makes that a 3. This is a 2 or a 4 as well. Oh yeah, that's a 3 now by sudoku. So this is a 2 or a 4. This is a 2 or a 4. This being a 2 assuredly puts too many 2s in circles, right? Well, let's not even bother. Let's just fill in this 3. Because it's being pointed out I need 3 3s. Actually, sorry, no. The 3 could also go there. I need 3 3s in circles. It goes in one of these two. I thought I was out, but but then they pulled me back in or something. Oh, this just... Oh, sorry, no, this can't be a... There's some weird relationship between where the 2s and 4s go in this mess that is tricky. Okay, but here's the easy way to do it. So Ron shows me the easy way, which is to just color these. These are both the same, and if they're both twos, it makes every single other circle a four, and that doesn't work. Uh, because uh, yeah, so the world where these are twos doesn't work because it screws up this plan, because now that's a two. Is the problem. So these can't both be fours. So these are both, sorry, these can't both be twos. So let me write in the right thing. These can't both be twos. So they're both fours. These are both twos. And so that's the three. These are the same 2, 4 now. So that is the orangey 2, 4. This is the yellowy 2, 4. I don't know why on earth I chose yellow and orange, but it's too late now. That is the yellow one. And so this can't be 3 anymore, actually, because we got our 3 3s in circles. So therefore, this one is the 4. Uh-oh. Sorry, I said, so therefore this one's the 2. Sorry. Boy, my brain is not doing well at the consistently saying the things in the right order, which makes that our last 4. These were each very lovely. I'm not a fan of combining them, I'll be honest. Like, aesthetically, it's really nice, but from a solving point of view, I think it's a hindrance rather than a help. But other than that, I really liked both of these. They were both very very cool. Okay, let's see. Part 3, The Future We Deserve. I did that time an immense number of times say one thing and immediately do the opposite. Normal 4x4 rules apply, except some of the digits in the grid are negative. Each digit from 1 to 4 appears in negative form exactly once. Wherever a negative appears adjacent to a row or column, refer to the digit located nearest to the negative as X. X is positive, and the sum of the first X cells in the row or column, counting from that direction, is the negative. Oh, okay. So this is, sorry, this is, got it. Okay. Okay. Did we need these to be dashes? Could these not have been question marks and made this easier to read? I feel like these could have been question marks. Oh, sorry. Back to Sudoku pad mode. So yeah, so it's an X sum for the negative thing in the column, or row. So the X is that. I just didn't switch scenes to the Sudoku pad scene, so it stayed zoomed in. Okay, and every digit is negative to once. It's very interesting to have X sums for the negative. Has someone done X sums for the doubler in the column? That is interesting, or that would be interesting. Okay, and so the sum is negative. It's just X sums where the X sum is negative, right? Oh, nearest. Sorry, nearest to the. Okay, you're right. You're right. I completely misread this sentence. Sorry. It is normal X sums. Okay. Okay, so it is just normal x sums, except the sum is negative. Uh, uh, and x is positive. So these are all not negated. Uh, uh, and these are all from 2, 3, 4 won't work. Because oh no, sorry, there's no doubler rule. Sorry, so they are 2, 3, 4. There's no doubler rule that every row and column has exactly one negated thing. So we could negate 2 things in a row and get the sum to be negative even with 4 things. Yeah, so we don't have any geometry on the negatives. One of these is a 1. One of these is a 1. Yeah, if one of them is a 4, all of them are negative, right? All the others are negative. Because the other 3 digits only sum to 6. Wait, could I have a 4 with it? Yeah, 2, 3. Yeah, 4 with 2, 3 would not work. Yeah, so the only way it works is if you make everything negative. So there's a 4 with 3. So there could be a 4 with 3 negatives. Uh, uh, hmm. Uh, I mean, I don't know there is a 3 clue, right? Oh, but a 3 clue needs a -4. Yeah, because if I do a 3 clue without a -4, I could only get to 0. So if I do put a 3, I need a -4. A 2 will work with a -2 or a -3. Uh, so does it break if neither of these is 2? And these are a 3, 4 pair. That would mean that all the negatives were in these rows. Yeah, that. Eh, eh. That looks plausible, right? That looks plausible. Uh, no, that doesn't actually work, right? Right, no. No, maybe it does. Maybe it does. Sorry, this could be like a 2 and then a 3 with the -4 or something. See, I thought it was going to be too many negatives, but I don't think it is, Liam. It's assuredly about intersection logic. Uh, uh, Oh, right. Sorry. The 3x sum doesn't just need the -4. A 3x sum needs the -4 and another negative. So yeah, so we just can't make these a 3, 4 pair without even looking at the columns, because a 4x sum needs 3 negatives and a 3x sum needs 2 negatives. So we really can get our 2 corner marks in these cells. So that is worth noting. So these are always negative, is the point. Because with all of 2, 3, and 4, the next cell has to be negative. So we know all of these are negative. My brain really did not grasp the 3 needs 2 negatives. My brain really clung on to the 3 needs the negative 4 piece. Let's see. Gray is the universal language for not the thing. Yellow is language for the thing. And by universal language, I mean Zeta language when coloring. Because I don't really love green and gray for many reasons. So I tend to use this for any of this kind of constraint. Yeah, there's only one more negative in the universe. If this is 4, it would put 2 more negatives into the universe. If this was 4, it would put 2 more negatives into the universe. So those can't be 4. Okay. If this is 3, the world breaks in a fairly complicated way. I guess it's not that bad, but if this is 3, it puts the last 2 yellows there, and now there's no way to make these work because they can't be 4 and they can't be 3. They'd be double 2. So this just is 2. Is I think the right way to frame that. So right. And one of these needs to be yellow for the same reason, right? One of these is 2, but one of them isn't 2. And whichever one of them isn't 2 requires a yellow in one of these 2 cells. So everything outside of that P pentomino is gray. Let's try again. Is gray. And so we have that. And so now this can't be a 4 anymore. Now it is a 3. And so these are 1, 4 for sure. Okay. Right. Each digit is negative exactly once. So the 3 needs a negative 4. And so what can the 2 have? The 2 can only have a negative 3. Is a very cool observation. So this is a 1 or a 4. In no universe is this a 4. Because if this is a 4, it makes that a 2, but then there's no digit to put here. So this is always a 1, and that's a 4 and a 1. So these are 2, 3, 1, 4 over here. Okay, these are a 2, 3 pair, so this is a 1 or a 4. Isn't this always a 4, though? Yeah, this is always a 4, because the 4 in this column has to be highlighted. Because if this is a 2, this can't be a 1. And so And if this is a 3, I'd need a 4. So this is always a 4. 1, 4. And so we have that is fine. And so now this yellow cell is now a naked 2. So that is a 4. That is a 1. And so now as soon as this becomes a 4, that becomes that. It was not part of the rules that one of these was a 4. Clover said one of them was a 4, but it was not a necessary... It wasn't something I deduced until that point. If I'd used the fact that Clover had said that, I for sure knew that. And so this cannot be a 3. This is sorry. So this is a 2 and a 3 and a 2 and a 3. I really like that one. That one was very cool. Quite nice. Alrighty, let's see. Skyscraper switch Sudoku, kinky. Normal 4x4 Sudoku rules apply. Skyscraper clues indicate the total number of digits seen. Switch clues indicate the total number of pairs of adjacent digits that have opposite parities. If 2 clues appear directly opposite each other, one is a valid skyscraper clue and the other is a valid switch clue. Clues may also be valid for the other type. If a clue doesn't have a partner, it can be both a skyscraper clue, a switch clue, or both. Okay. So number of switches, so the number of switches can be 3, as long as no, the number of switches can't be 3, can it? Oh yeah, zoom out, sorry, thank you. No, it can be 3, yeah, we could absolutely do 3. In this case, there's 2 switches, though. There's 2 switches and a skyscraper of 2. 2 switches means that exactly one pair of these are the same parity and the others are opposite parity. And so in particular, it means these 2 are always opposite parity. So I'll make that the yellow parity and that the purple parity. However that happens to work out. And these 2 are also the opposite parity. No, it doesn't. It's the opposite, right? No, it's even better. They're both the same parity. Right, because you change the parity twice. If you change the parity twice, then you get back where you started. So it's even better. We'll make both of these the yellow parity. These are also both the same parity. But oh, and it's not 2-4, right? It has to be 1-3 because of the skyscraper. And so, in fact, by the same logic, these are also odd. And so we can actually orange all of these and even all of these. That is even. So the point being, I could not have... No, that's not true. Sorry, that's not true. Because they're not also skyscraper clues. No, it is true. It is true. It's more complicated. It's more complicated than I at first thought it was. If these are 2-4, then of course the 4 is not giving a 2. The 2 is giving the 2, but the 2 definitely goes 2-3-4. And 2-3-4 is not a 2 skyscraper clue, so neither end would be right. So this is in fact correct. So we have that. Okay. And so Paul Fly would like us to color. And so noticing that this is that digit, for sure. And so we've got all of that digit into the grid. And so right. So if this was a switch, it would have to do this sort of stripey thing. And it can't do the stripey thing. Or alternatively, just count what the switch clue is if I put an even here or if I put an odd here. So this is definitely a skyscraper clue. And so it is not a 4. That's a 2. So all of these are 2s, and that's a 4. And this can't be the 4, so that is the 4 within the row. So that's orange. That's orange. And so this also has to be a skyscraper clue for what it's worth, for the same exact reason. So that's a 4. This is oddly symmetrical. I guess that's what happens when you have even by even puzzles. Wait a minute. Also a 4, except 4 is blue. There we go. How about that? That looks better. And so it has to be 1, 3, not 3, 1, because 3, 1 would make the wrong skyscraper clue. 3, 1, 3, 1, 3. And so now that is going to be orange, and that is going to be blue. We know that is a 4, and that is a 1. That one was very cute. Very nice. I liked that one. Irregular sum sudokus. It told me it was right, for what it's worth. Oh, I didn't X the other things I see. Let us X the other 4s just for good measure. Okay. This one features normal irregular 4x4 rules, and within each 4x4 grid, normal irregular 4x4 Sudoku rules apply within each 4x4 grid, except that the bottom right grid uses the digits 6 through 9 rather than 1 through 4. Shouldn't that be highlighted in yellow just by the highlighting in yellow exceptions? Each digit in the bottom right grid equals the sum of the 3 digits that appear in the same position in each of the other 3 grids. Oh, I don't mind. But I thought the yellow thing was clever as a way of sort of telegraphing, and it just seemed to me like that should be the except part should be yellow. Okay, so is the sum of the digits that appear in that position in the other 3 grids. Okay. Interesting. So okay, so I've got some weird geometry stuff. Like this digit and this digit are the same digit. And that intrigues me because this digit is not a 1, so it's at least a 2. And so this is at least 2 plus 2. Yeah, I guess it is worth pencil marking that these are 6, 7, 8, 9. That doesn't quite do it. Yeah, there's an awful lot of blank equals blank kind of thing going on here that I could fill in, but this one seemed useful to me because it involved that cell that I know something about. But it's maybe not actually that useful. Yeah, these two are certainly the same. let's see. If I have two ones in the same place between any pair of grids, it's immediately going to place a 4 in that place in the other grid for whatever that's worth. So if this is a 1, this instantly becomes a 4, and that instantly becomes a 6. Okay, so there's a line up here which is kind of interesting. So I know these cells sum to 10, and these cells sum to 30. So therefore, I actually know that... Oh, I was going to say, so I know that these cells sum to 20, but spoiler, I knew that already because they already summed to 10 because they're a column. That is not actually all that useful, but it excited me for a moment. Let's see. Yeah, the fact that this is a straight Sudoku region is not super exciting. Okay, well, these two I at least know are the same, so I can identify that that is also that one, and that's also that one. So I can at least color all of those over here if I'm really into that sort of thing. Okay, and so these are the same, and so that's that one, and then that's that one. Let's see, and so those are all the same. So in this one, we end up with this pattern. So that seems relevant. Let's see. So I'm trying to understand that you can uniquely color in grid 1 the T on the right. I don't quite understand what's being said. Like, I know that these two are the same color, but I can't see how to sort of propagate that to the rest of the grid. So I kind of feel like I should just like pick, say, this diagonal in each of these worlds. And note that the sum of these is a multiple of 4. And try and see if I know anything about what colors end up on this diagonal or that diagonal or whatever. Yeah, like I know these are, like there's lots of things I could color, but unless I can color more than 2 cells, it didn't seem like it was worth that immediately, because that doesn't chase. I guess these chase, actually, so I could do that. Yeah, one of those is green, but I don't know which one. Yeah, I'm now I realize I'm doing the thing that I said I wasn't going to do. And I'm probably going to erase it, but I will at least do some random coloring. So the thing I'm noticing is 30 is not a multiple of 4. And what I mean by that is there must be repeats on at least one of these diagonals. And as it currently sits, I don't see where those repeats are coming from. But I can probably figure out where they have to come from. But I'm not quite sure exactly. But that is the thing I'm currently toying with, is I'm looking for how I'm getting repeats on these diagonals. Which is a weird thing to look at, but it is the only thing I currently see to look at. So, for example, I could repeat 1 on this diagonal. That would be an acceptable thing to do. And yeah, none of my coloring over here has sort of immediately left me with anything sort of super nice in terms of what is happening with these digits. Okay. So are the other 2 colors. Yeah, I certainly. So the diagonal here was my attempt at doing that. Joao was to sort of begin to see which one could be the 9 by looking for like where there could be repeats or whatever. I guess it's maybe helpful to note that all of these grids are isomorphic. They're just not the same, but I think they're all the same shape. Uh, I think this could be 7 or something. It might even be able to be less than that. So I don't know that there's a huge restriction on the sum of them, but maybe there's more than it looks like because something geometry. Yeah, I assume there's going to be a lot of coloring, and I'm probably going to regret the fact that I've used some of the colors here other places. This does definitely feel like a lot of coloring puzzle to me. I was trying to decide what kind of coloring I could do that will make this useful. So I guess the question is there any way I can draw in some diagonals and cover up some regions in any of these? And I think the answer is no. If I I don't think these regions are particularly amenable to being diagonaled. But maybe I should do some sort of like replace this with that. Yeah, maybe that's the idea. Maybe I'm supposed to be doing that kind of like set equivalence arrow thing where you like move the cells around. And so maybe I can move some cells using law of leftovers in order to get something that I can put on a diagonal. Maybe, possibly. I don't feel incredibly enthusiastic about that, but it seems possible that maybe I can do something like that. Let's see. The problem is like getting a sum as low as 6 or as high as 9 just isn't that difficult. Which feels like the thing that's really going to be irksome here. Let's see. Okay, so do any of the regions here have an overlap that I can manifest? Like these two are the same region. So that's interesting, actually, maybe, possibly. These four overlap. And so these sum to 10, and so these sum to 10 in each grid. Sorry, not they sum to 10 in each grid. They sum to 20 total. So that's kind of interesting, actually. I'm going to try and highlight that. So these cells do sum to 20. For whatever it is worth. And these cells summing to 20 is pretty interesting. In that... but they don't sum to 10. So I'm trying to figure out how on earth I'm going to denote this. Let's do it this way. And maybe this will show up. So these sum to 20 total. You'd think, oh, they sum to 10 each, but they can't, because if they did, that digit would be equal to that digit, and it's visibly not, because this digit isn't green. Which means we finally get to place a digit, or a color. That digit doesn't go there, because if this digit went here, these would sum to 10, these would have to sum to 10, and they can't. So red goes there. And so red goes here. That is our first deduction. Okay, so we have progress. So now, let's try and get the rest of this coloring done. Over here. So that is yellow. That is yellow. So now that is the yellow down here. So yellow is in fact 1, I believe. And so now we can do green, 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 and green, and do these in a blue. And so the yellows we know are 1s. At the very least. Okay. So, is there any way we can make the same deduction, or the same kind of deduction, in any of the other grids? And I don't think so, but I'm willing to entertain additional options. So, like, maybe I'm going to get rid of these slashes, by the way, because they're distracting me, and I might put them back later, but at the moment, I think I need to think more about the geometry. The colors do not have any alignment between grids. So what I'm going to try and do here, and this is nuts, I'm going to try and build a different region that does overlap with this. So there's some region geometry here, but we can forget the existing region geometry. And I'm trying to see if any of the regions, well, that one, of course, does. That one doesn't. That one doesn't. That one does. No, doesn't. I was trying to see if any of the regions, if I could build irregular regions over here so I could repeat the same trick. But I don't think that I can repeat the trick. At least I can't repeat it verbatim. I can probably repeat it with a slight variation. So we have that. But this one, I don't know anything about this though, but these two, I know the sum of those is 20. But now I have the problem that this over here is messy. Uh, uh, but the fact that those align seems interesting. Uh, uh, well, but there's also a repeat over here. So this might be like a modular arithmetic sort of deal. Uh, oh, that L. Uh, starting at the bottom. I might as well color these. I don't know why I didn't ever give that a color. Uh, it has 2 1s already. Okay. Grid 1 and 4, column 2, row 2, 3, 4, and row 2, column 3. There we go. Okay, so that is the L that we are looking at. And so, so this is Martin's point, is that these sum to 30 and these sum to 10, and therefore these sum to 20, except this one we know doesn't sum to 10, so this one can't sum to 10 either. And so there has to be a repeat in this one. And the repeat in this one is one of these two is that one, which I don't see how to make work. Oh, right. Okay, yeah. So, right, we need a repeat in here. And so D-Web's point is if green doesn't go here, then green goes here. And now these two are forced to be the same. Why is that a problem? Sorry, I'm going to outline this real fast. So I know there's a repeated digit in here somewhere. The L is the other way around. Oh yeah, the L's absolutely the other way around. Now I can't find the L anymore. Oh, it's this way. There we go. That's the L. Uh, uh, so this digit has to show up in the column. Still wrong? Oh, is it this L? Oh, yeah, I think it's this L. Okay. And so this L has a repeat. Yeah, this repeats. So what does that have to do with green being 2? Right. This cell can't be green, right? Because if this cell is green, there's nowhere for it to repeat because of that, right? So the point is, this cell definitely goes in one of these two cells, and the thing I know about these two cells is they're not green. So therefore, green is 2. Okay, good. So we get that. Okay, so we were able to do that. So thank you, chat, for keeping track of the L there. So we at least got a little bit of green. And so maybe now we can do the rest of the Sudoku over here, actually. Because now, for example, this cell, which can be red, we now know it goes there. Oh, maybe that didn't work. All right, these two are the same. Maybe you start with that. Maybe that'll be easier. I don't think that helped either, unfortunately. Sad. I was hoping that that one little additional bit of Sudoku information would be enough, but I don't think that one little bit of additional Sudoku information was enough. We got a bunch of 2s, though. Now I'm looking at stuff like this square. That square does not work, though. Unfortunately, because of the way this is structured, there are no squares I could draw in this grid that would not have repeats. Which is, I think, going to be a problem. So that's very clever. So the yellow here aligns with the 1s. And so the yellow's not 1, because if the yellow was 1, both of these digits would be 4. And that's a problem because it would make these two 6 and they're different colors, but also these two cells are different colors. So these aren't 1. These are only able to be 3 or 4. Oh, speaking of different colors. Yeah, I guess I know these two are different colors. I already knew these two were different colors, though, unfortunately. Uh, huh. Let's see. Okay, so uh, yeah, I was looking at connecting these cells. So I feel like I should be able to connect these cells somehow, but I don't see how yet. Uh, 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 let's see. L-shape column 2, rows 1 through 3, and row 3, column 3. I think that fixed the Sudoku in grid 3. Uh, I don't think it can because the version in grid 4 has repeats. So I don't think this can do the thing. Uh, let's see. Uh, I could write in the two ways that this could be colored and see how it aligns. These two here are a different color, and here they're a different color. These two keep ending up in different colors. Uh, so should I think about the math of these cells? Like, is this being too small? I'm not sure. Oh, Garion is noticing something interesting happens if this is 1. Let's see. So if this is 1, then this would be a 4. That would be a 4. But now, right. Okay, so yeah. So if this is 1, it forces that to be a 4 in order to, and it makes blue 6. But now that's also a 4. And now that makes that a 0 because that's also a 6. So that's not a 1. That is the 1 for what it is worth. This is 3, 4. Over here. There's a 3010L in row 1, column 2, 3, 4, row 2, column 2 that forces a repeat in grid 2. Yes. Okay. Right. So yeah, this is a good L from Matt Laffey. So right. So these sum to 20. This one has a repeat, so therefore this one also has a repeat. So do I know what it is that's repeated? I know it does have a repeat, so let's look at this. Right. So this is not 1. That's a good... Wait, so... Sorry, so this is not 1. Right. So one of those is 1. Yeah, so this is 2, 3, 4. I at least know that much. Because of that. Yeah, there's probably something to do with this repeaty rectangle. Or sorry, repeaty L. One of these two is 1 for whatever it's worth. I was just looking to see if these 1s show up anywhere interesting in our other graphs. I don't think so. I guess I can look at where they show up here as well. Still bitty biting indeed. I don't see a problem with 6 is 1 plus 1 plus 4. So Clover is saying if this is yellow, then this is green. I'm trying to see why this being yellow and this being green does not work. What? If this is yellow, that's yellow. Therefore, row 2, column 4 is 1. Okay. So the do I know green isn't 1 here somehow? I don't think I know that green isn't 1 here. Oh yes, green is not 1 by column 1. Right. Okay. Right. Okay. Oh, that's tricky. Okay. So yeah. So the point is, if this is yellow, then now I know yellow isn't 1, so now this is 1. But now green, which is not 1, must go somewhere into this region, except it just doesn't have any place because it's not 1 and it's not that cell. I feel like there's probably a way to phrase that would work better for my brain, but that's not too terrible. So if that's not yellow, then what is yellow in this L? Namely, that is yellow in this L, and that is yellow. And so these are ones. And so we look for overlapping ones. I don't think there's any overlapping ones, though. Oh, no, there is an overlapping one. There we go. That cell, row 4, column 2, now must be a 4 because we need these to add to 6. And so it is yellow that is 6 down here. We can remove the rest of the 6s. And so now we look at the sum of those have to be 6, which means these have to be a 2-3 pair for what it's worth, because they aren't 1. Let's see, what about up there? Ah, yes, there. That is the point. These digits add to 6, and they must all be 2, because none of them are 1, and it's 3 of them, so they're all 2s. And so blue is 2, green is therefore 3, red is 4. This red is apparently 2. So we have that. Let's see. And what about this 6? So these 2 add to 4, and that one's not a 1. So either these are, oh, well, they can't be 2 and 2, so they have to be 3 and 1, and we know the order. So that's a 3, and that's a 1. So that's a 4. That's a 3. These are each 2 or 4. So we've got all of that set up. Okay, so people have said we've filled in some other cell now where we filled it in all the grids, like that. 1 plus 4 plus 2 is 7, so green is 7. And so none of these are 7. So let's see. Yes, so 1 plus 3 plus what is 7, and the answer is 3. So this digit is a 3, and yellow is 4, and that digit is a 3. So that's a 4, and that's a 4. These 3s have a sort of red tint to them, and these must be blue. And blue is 1, so that is red, and that is red, and uh-oh, no, sorry. Somehow that was yellow briefly in my mind. That is blue. So 1, 3, 3. We have all of that over there. So now I probably can look at a different 7 and get another digit like... maybe there isn't a 7 that I have left over. That's a... Oh, no, I can get that digit, right. This digit is a 3 because 2 plus 2 plus 3 is 7. So that will do it. So that is a 3. So that's a 3. So that's green and that's green. And so that's 2 and 4 and 2 and 4. And my 2s are red. And this is also a 4, and my 4s are blue now, we have deduced. And so now we can fill in that red is 9, and blue is 8. I really liked that except for the 1 step. Like the looking for constructing overlapping regions part was very cool. Like I really liked the sort of constructing and playing with the regions. I really liked everything except the one step about the two. The step about the two was ugly, so it doesn't get a heart, but it's almost there to the heart. Uh, uh, All right. I'm going to take a quick break, and we'll be back just to preview as to what is next. We have another chaos deconstruction, so we'll be back in just a moment. All right, welcome back. So next up, it appears we have chaos deconstruction cell count. Draw 4 non-overlapping orthogonally connected 4-cell regions in the grid. For each region with the digits 1 through 4, fill each region with the digits 1 through 4 so that digits do not repeat in any row or column. Leave all other cells empty. Digits in cells with arrows indicate the total number of filled cells that appear in all indicated directions combined, not including the arrow cell itself. If no filled cell appears in any of the indicated directions, leave the arrow cell empty. Okay, so we don't actually know that the arrow cells have to contain digits. That is not given. Interesting. Okay, so like this is 0, 1, or 2, for example. I'm going to hazard a guess that this one is not empty, because if this was not empty, I could not fit 4 regions in the grid. Because if this is empty, then it means that none of these have things. But regions have size 4, so that means none of these have things either. And now I can't fit this. So this definitely has something in it. Let's see if that also works for this. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. This one, though, assuredly, the same thing happens. Yeah, the same story here. You could fit a maximum of 1 region in there if this one was empty. Now, maybe I should ask what the minimum number one of these things could have in it is, because it feels like not only does it have to contain a number, it has to contain a number that's quite large. Let's see. I could fit 2 regions entirely in this morass, but not more. But those other 2 both have to cross this. So this number certainly has to be at least 2. I can probably be smarter about how to minimize that, but I don't see how to yet. Is it the math somehow easier for this one, perhaps? Yes. This one needs to be at least a 3, because without crossing this, the only place I can fit a region at all is here. So each of the other regions needs to cross this in at least one place. Not to mention, of course, it itself has to grow. But I mean, it itself is one of the 3. So this can only be a 3 or a 4 for what it's worth. I want to actually contemplate the way that it does grow. That might be an easier fix. Let's see. Actually, 2 of the cells from this region. So this is a 4. Because 2 of the cells from this region are in here. There's no way I can grow this region to size 4 without putting 2 cells in here. Plus 2 of the other regions do see this. So what that means is we do have a region that's entirely contained in this. 2 cells of this do hit this. And then we otherwise don't have any problems. Now, unfortunately, let's see. Do I want to mark off this this region over here? Because I don't actually know that this is part of the region that lives in these 6 cells that doesn't cross into this boundary. And I do know this has to take exactly 2 cells. It can't take more. So, for example, 2 cells, not including that one. Unfortunately, that doesn't rule it out of taking any particular cell, because all cells have a way out. Is the math going to be as such that this is forced to all be part of a region? Because if I think about where my regions are going, there's the slight chance, I guess, that this is one of the extra regions, and it goes like this. Okay, I'm going to highlight all of these for just a second so that I can count. So I have this region, which has 2 of its cells here, and then 1 more cell elsewhere. And then I have okay, so math-wise, how many cells is this? So there's 1 more green cell of this region not in here. That's 1. There's 1 region that's entirely not in here. That's 5. And then the other 2 regions have 1 each. That's 11. So there's 11 total cells. So there is 1 unoccupied cell in all of these cells, if I did my math right. Does anyone in chat feel like I did that math right? Or did I screw something up? This feels like the kind of math where I'm going to have messed it up at some point. But I think what I've shown is exactly 1 of these cells is unoccupied. And so therefore this cell's definitely occupied. Because if this cell were unoccupied, that would be 2. Okay, Emma agrees with me about the total of 11. So this cell's definitely occupied. And so it is a 1 or a 2. This cell, therefore, is definitely occupied because it now sees that cell. So I could have done that a different way, but now I can do that. Okay, I don't think I can keep the yellow here. I'm going to have to just keep rehighlighting it. Actually, maybe this cell's definitely occupied. I might try keeping it just to be silly. Okay, and this is at most a 3. It already sees 1 up there. I know 1 of these 2 has to be in as well. Because, again, only 11 of the 12 cells, or sorry, only 1 of the 12 white cells is unoccupied. So this sees at minimum 2, and it sees 2 or 3. I don't think this cell can be occupied. Oh, Joao's points out this cell, which I have now completely ignored. It sees 5 white cells, and so it must contain a 4, and all of the other white cells are occupied. So that cell, that cell, that cell, that cell, and that cell, those are now all occupied, and this is a 4. Okay, that is all well and good. I like it. I like it. And so now this is a 3. Right. Now this is a 3. Because now we've done that. Yep, so there we go. So that's a 3. Yes, the yellow cells it sees are empty, correct. So I can mark those all off in gray. Those are all unvisited. This is now unvisited. Now, this 4 takes exactly 2 things inside. It takes 1 thing out. Sorry, let me say this in English. This 4 takes exactly 2 cells in yellow and a cell outside of yellow. This cannot be one of the cells it takes in yellow because then it can't get out of yellow. So this is unvisited. So one of these 2 is a 4. Interestingly enough. let's see. This cell's not in. That means that this, to get a region, has to put that in. So these two are definitely in the same region, and these two are in the same region. Let's do a little bit of regioning. So those are regions that have begun to build. Yeah, gray can really be the only color in a cell because I don't really need to keep track of the fact that that this cell is counting them. Right. This region always takes this cell as Ron's point, because of the way that this is sort of trapped. Even if it takes that, it still takes that in order to get to a size of 4. And so these are all actually part of one region. So these are part of the region that doesn't get seen by yellow at all, for what it is worth. Still know that one of these two is a 4. Do I know for sure it's also part of the region? Regions can freely touch in this puzzle. Oh, right. Okay, so yeah, that doesn't work. So yeah, so this can't be. So yeah, so this is a little complicated. But we'd put 5 digits in column 1 if this is not part of that region. Because if this is not part of that region, it of course has to do that. Which then means that this region goes down here, and there aren't 5 digits to put in column 1. So this, in fact, is that. Good eye to DWeb, who I think pointed that out to me first. Okay, so can this really be a digit and be a 4 is my question, because or maybe I don't necessarily need a 4 in that column. If this is green, that digit's a 4. Oh, right. Okay, yeah. This region has to go right because it can only go up once because of the, again, I can't put 5 digits in row 1 or in column 1 thing. If this goes up, it cannot go up again. So it always goes right. Like that. And indeed once more, actually. Because, again, it can only take 1 cell up. So these are all part of the same region. Let's see. Yeah, I still need 1 more gray cell here. One of these two is gray. Yeah, this can't connect left. Why can't row 4, column 1 connect down? I don't see why this can't connect down. Yeah, I don't think so. Actually, I think I can prove that this connects to this cell, Emma. I think Emma is right. So we proved this can't connect left. Because this connecting left creates... Why was it? It was based on... So we proved it as a proof by cases of what happens to this region. So if this region goes up this side, then this region takes this as its last cell because, again, of the 5 digits in column 1 business, and then this is blocked off. So that's one universe. The other universe is that this region takes that cell, and if this region takes that cell, now... I don't know. Why does that mean this can't go left again? I swear I saw this very clearly before, but now it is gone. This is definitely part of the 4th region, I suppose. That's a thing that I can say. Yeah, why don't I just start actually labeling my regions? Because this is a region, this is a region, this is a region, this is none of those regions, so this is in the same region as this. So these are a region together. And therefore, if these are in a region together, then both of the remaining cells of this region are yellow. Sure. No cells of this region are yellow. Sure. This region assuredly, though, can't go left now because it's orange, because it needs to do it as efficiently as possible. Right. This digit's a 1 or a 2 because it's in the same region with a 4. That's genius to Josh. And it's in the same column as a 3, which does make this a 4. Which now makes these cells a 1, 2, 3 triple. Which now leaves this cell gray because it has no value. Because there's a 1, 2, 3 triple in the column, and this one simply can't be a 4. So this cell is gray, which now makes this cell blue. Sorry, it's still yellow. It's not green anymore. It's just blue. And so this is a region. And so this cell cannot be red because red needs this 1, 2, 3, and it can't have it there. Or this cell is a naked single nothing if you want, whatever way you want to think about it. This cell is green, red. This cell is orange. And so now that means purple has to finish up here. If you like. Red is finished. So now I think I can basically ignore... I think I can actually sort of clean this up aesthetically. Those don't need to have green in them anymore. Orange currently... Or sorry, this 4 currently sees 1, 2... 3 cells. Okay, yeah. So, oh, sorry. It's going to see 4 no matter what. Whichever of these 2 it takes, it's going to see it. So I can finally get rid of yellow, I think. Because this is going to work no matter what. And I can get rid of the green here and here. And so I can draw in borders on these nice little things before I do my sort of wrapping up Sudoku. And so now we can do things like placing 4 in purple. Spoiler, not there. We can do things like placing 4 in purple. We can note that these digits aren't 3. This digit is 1 or a 2, actually, because it's that digit. These two are the same. By ketchup. And so this digit is a naked single 3, actually, because it sees 4 through the mechanism of being in the same region. So now the purple 3 is there, so the red 3 is there. So this is the 1, 2, and it's the 1, 2 of ketchups. And so now, where is the orange ketchup? Wait, I didn't do this right. Sorry. This is the 1, 2 of ketchup. I did my Sudoku on ketchup wrong. This is my 1, 2 of ketchup, but orange needs a ketchup. So or alternatively, this is a naked single nothing, whichever way you want to, whichever way you prefer. I like the ketchup way. For what it's worth. Orange needs a ketchup, and orange can't get ketchup anywhere but at the ketchup store, which is there. And so now that we have that, now we know that ketchup is 1 by the arrow, and so those are 2. I really loved that one. That was a great puzzle. I really liked that. Clover suggested I perhaps did the counting at the beginning a little bit more complicatedly than I needed to, but I did have a complete census on how this had to work just from looking at this. So it wasn't, I didn't think it was too bad there at the beginning, the way I did it, counting-wise. I was just afraid I was off by 1 in my counting, and then I was going to break everything, but it all worked out. I am excited for Cryptic Japanese sums. So we want to draw 4 non-overlapping orthogonally connected 4-cell regions in the grid for each region with the digits 1 through 4. So the digits do not repeat in any row, column, or region. Leave all other cells empty. For each letter from A to D represents a different value from 1 to 4, which is consistent through the puzzle. Clues outside the grid are Japanese sums clues. They indicate the sums of the digits in each contiguous run of filled cells in that row or column in order. Runs of filled cells have at least 1 empty cell between them. Okay, well, I know that these are unoccupied, and this cell is A, this cell's B, and this cell is C. I fear I am going to letter tool. Don't tell anyone about this. This is an A, this is a B, and this is a C. So by nature of that, B is bigger than C, and also I think this cell's always green. Oh no, not necessarily. Maybe I probably need to work a little bit harder to do that. But I can actually gray a bit because I can't have any more cells in row 1. No digit from 1 to 4 can be a sum of 3 different digits, so these are definitely gray. So we have that. My B's over here are interesting. Let's see. So C is a sum of 2 digits for sure. So C is 3 or 4. B is also a sum of 2 digits. So B is 3 or 4, except that B is a sum of 2 digits, one of which is C. So B is in fact 4 and C is 3. And so that makes this an honest 3 with a 1 in one of these 2 cells. And then we've got an actual 4 over here somewhere. A is only 1 or 2, and so so yeah, C is 3, right? And so A is 1 or 2, and we've got another 1, 2 over there. Oh, right, and this is region based, right? This is not just a regular Japanese sums. This is a Japanese sums chaos construction. So I have to keep that in mind as well. Yeah, A and D are a 1, 2 pair. I agree with that. Yes, this cell is not a 4 because the bottom clue here is a D. That's the point. The bottom clue of column 2 is a D. And the only digit that's not a 1 or a 3 in this row is a 4, we've said. So that is always gray. That's where my 4 goes. And now these are just an A and a D with that. So that is my A, which is a 1 or a 2. That is my D, which is a 4. Aha. So this is a region which escapes but can't go and become a second 4. So this is a region, and it's a complete region. We can make it blue. What? Oh, D's not 4. Well, it's a lot better when D was 4, I'm going to tell you that. A and D are a 1, 2 pair, though, unfortunately. This is still green, though. What are you going to do? Oh, B is 4, though. Right. This A is 1 or 2. So this cell is 1, 2, or 3. This cell always goes to take that. So this is always part of a region because this can't sort of finish. Actually, sorry. No, this can't finish back here because these two are part of a region. I should mark that. These two are part of a region. So this can't finish backwards. This has to finish forwards at least. And so these two are always part of the same region. Now, this region can't finish only up. Like this region can't do this. Oh, yeah, this region needs a 4. Where is the 4 in this region? Oh, sorry, it could be there. Yeah, the 1, 2 triple is the reason why the region can't do this. We don't want 1, 2 triples. I thought that was going to be the point, was that this couldn't do that, but okay. So the point of this saying this region can't do this is not about this region. It's about this region. This region can't do that. So therefore, this region has to go this way, which then immediately grays that cell, greens this cell, and greens that cell, and greens that cell. And now this region's actually done. This region can be orange. So that actually worked out quite well, which now means this region connects this way, like that. This is a 1, 2 pair. So that's a 4 and that's a 3. Several in chat have pointed out. Let's see. So this region always has to go this way because if it goes that way, it cannot finish. So this region goes that way. So because of the row clue, it does not go that way. And I can do that. And now this can't connect down. That would be 5 cells, so it has to S. And this has to S. And now this has to I. And so let us S, S, I. There we go. Okay, so we can get rid of these. Okay, and now this cell is gray because I've found all the regions. This is not 1. This is 1, which makes that 2 and 1. Makes that a 4. Makes this a 1 or a 3. So this is a naked 2. Because it sees 1, 4, and 3. So that's a 3. That's a 2. That's a 3. And so now that is an A. A is 1 because of that. Got it. A is 1. So D is 2, which makes that 1 and that 2. I haven't done enough Japanese sums puzzles lately. I really enjoy this kind of Japanese sums puzzle. Although usually they don't have region building, but very nice puzzle. I like that one. I feel like this is by far the easiest one in a long while. Not that there's anything wrong with that, but if the sorting was meant to be by difficulty, I felt like that one was a step towards the easier one. Let's see. What is next? Next, we have Chaos Construction Second Region Site Sum. The sorting is by the order I want you to solve them in. That's fair. Normal, irregular, 5x5, except the regions must be determined by the solver. A clue outside a row or column shows that the total of all cells in that row or column belonging to the second region seen when looking in the direction of the clue. Okay, so that's pretty fun. At least it sounds potentially fun. So if you look at this 12 is pretty large, and 1 through 5 only sum to 15. So the outies are at most 1 and 2. So this cell, funnily enough, is definitely part of the second region. This cell is definitely part of the second region. And since I can't make my outies these two, because that would make it so that this is not, in fact, the second region. Like, this is definitely an outie. Then that means this has to be purple, is how I would think about it. These are part of the same region. And it is the region here that we are counting in. And so now this absolutely cannot be the second region in this column, or we would have a horrendous problem. Because if this is the second region in this column, I need to make the digits in this column sum to 11, whereas the digits in this row in purple sum to 4. And that doesn't work because the maximum overlap is 5. So I would need 5 plus 7 in this column plus 6 in this column is way more than 15. So this is not the second region in this column, which means it's the first region in this column, which means this cell's also purple. However, 11 does require 3 cells, so that actually gives us a region like this. These two are a 1 and a 3 because their sum is 4. And that's the only 2 cell sum to 4. So these are 2, 4, and 5. if this cell is pink, I think we're going to have a problem because that cell's also going to be pink. And I don't love that. Uh, uh, maybe it's fine. We have to have a region over here, though, that's another color. Oh, yeah, that's the point. Uh, these cells can't entirely be purple and yellow, so there has to be a region over here, and it can only be a singular region of size 5. Uh, and the point is, if I try and make... I have 2 yellows and 3 purples. Sorry, I have 2 yellows and 2 purples left. That's not enough. So therefore, this is its own region. Blocked off over here. So this is also another region that is as of yet unknown, but it's not purple. And these are a 1-2 pair because that's the outies, which makes that a 3 and a 1. Now that cell certainly isn't purple per Paul Fly's earlier connectivity argument. And so it must escape through orange. So it does become orange through magic. So we've got all of that. And so this cell's always orange as well. Going like that. I know that border is there. The yellow digit here is a 1 or a 3. I should fill in that these are... Oh, these are 4, 5 is actually what they are. The remaining purple digit is 2. Oh, 6 is a sum, which Sayori is telling me is not makeable in 1 digit. So these can be in a new region. And so these are either 1, 2, or 4, 5. Well, sorry, they're either 1, 5 or 2, 4, but you know what I mean. So we've got that. Now, purple and orange are not getting to row 1. Because they each only have 1 cell left. And so therefore, the 7 in row 1 is yellow because we only have 5 total colors. So that cell's definitely yellow. It is a 1 or a 3. However, that cell can't be yellow because if that cell was yellow, these would be 1, 2, 4, and that would make these double 5. So in fact, that cell is blue, and in fact, that cell is blue as well. And this has to be a 3 and a 4. Okay, I'm really liking this section of the packet. Okay, so we've got our yellow there. That is happening. Okay, and we've got a greater than 5 here to sort out this ambiguity going on with this. So in particular, that's not blue. That's the point. This clue single-handedly says this cell is not blue, because if it was blue, it would be the last blue. It would be a singular blue, and it would not be 5. So that's blue. That is cute as a step. So therefore, that is orange, and that is purple, and that is yellow. And so we end up with that. And so we can now fill in our digits because that is a 2, a 5, and a 2. That's a 1. That is not a 1. That is not a 5. This is a 4, 5. So these two are the same 4, 5. Let us recall. These digits see a 1, 2 pair. So these are from 3, 4, 5, and that one's not 5. by the column. So that's actually a 3, 4, 5 triple in orange, which makes this a weird one too. However, it is not a 1, so it is a 2 and a 1 and a 2. And a 2, and that's a 4, and a 3, and a 5, and a 4, and a 5, and a 4. And so this digit seems to be a 3. This digit, or this row, needs a 3 and a 5, and we know the order. This row needs a 1 and a 5, and we know the order. Blue needs a 5, and green needs a 4. Really enjoyed that one. That one was very cool. Even actually, I was sort of like groaning internally at this clue at the beginning, but actually the way it was used to say this cell wasn't blue, you get a pass from me on that one, Playmaker. Really neat puzzle. I enjoyed that one a lot. Mean Mini Prime Sweeper by Clover. Oh, we're doing Grockle's tribute now, I see. Fill the grid in a normal 4x4 Sudoku fashion with a set of 4 digits from 1 to 9 inclusive. Which digits to use must be determined by the solver. Okay, and digits and circles indicate the total number of prime digits in the surrounding up to 8 cells. Okay. So let us figure that out. So this number is certainly at most 3 for what it is worth. This number... Oh, weird. I don't think we get to debate if 1 is prime. 1 just isn't prime. 1 is a unit. 1 is a third thing, and 0 is a fourth thing. Although if you absolutely must, you can say 0 is composite, and I won't be too sad about it. It's funny to note one of these numbers is at least 4. So just by Sudoku-ish stuff. So Clover, every time I do a puzzle by someone who mentions prime, then I have to debate whether I think that person thinks 1 is prime or not. However, I did not have any concerns whatsoever about whether you believed 1 was prime or not. Because I know you are mathy by training, so I was I knew you well enough to know that there was not a concern. Okay. So yeah, so each of these are at most 5, just for worth noting. So the now, because this uses the like circles that don't count themselves thing, I'm having to like redo all of my overlap logic, because I'm used to thinking about like, oh, everything this circle counts is counted by this, so blah blah blah, but that's not in fact correct. So I am being somewhat cautious of this. So if this was a 3, then every digit would be prime, and that might be a problem, because this would be an 8, for example. So if this is 3 is prime, and all 3 of these would be prime. That would make the entire grid prime, but this can't be an 8. So this is not a 3. Yeah, for me, the reason why 1 definitely isn't prime is that the whole purpose of primes is to state that things have a unique factorization into primes. and things do not have a unique factorization into ones, that the ones would ruin the uniqueness. And that then motivates why when you generalize what it means to be prime to other contexts, then you are obligated to make lots more things be the third thing that one is that's not prime or composite. It is a good point. If this was a 5, exactly the same thing would happen. It would make all of these prime, and then everything in the grid would be prime, and then 8 would be prime, and that would just be a disaster. Okay. Uh, uh, no proving that 8 is prime. I love talking about factorization in the evens. Like, if you just forget that odd numbers exist, then you get to debate what the primes are in the evens and think about what factorization happens. And that creates issues. If 1 was here, there would be exactly 1 prime. And it would be a 2, because then this would have to be a 2, I think, right? Oh, and then that doesn't work because 2 is the prime? That's the point. Okay. So that's one step. I kept doing the first part of that proof in my head over and over again, but not doing the next one. But if this is a 1, what's this? Well, there's only 1 prime in here because that's a 1. So this has to be bigger than 1. The biggest it could possibly be is 2. Except 2 is the only prime in this whole puzzle in this universe. And so where's the second prime it sees? Well, it doesn't see itself. And so the world implodes. So this always is a 2. So the answer is there are 3 total primes in this puzzle. So there are 3 total primes, and so this number is at least 5. Which is interesting. Okay, so this is at least 5. So it can only possibly be 5 or 7 for what it is worth. And so now each of these cells sees 2 primes already because these are primified. Sorry, these are primified. Sorry, that means they are the thing. And so these already see 2, so they're definitely not 1. So those, in fact, are a 3-4 pair. So there's no way this digit is a 5, right? If this digit is a 5, right, this digit can't be a 5. So where does this 5, 7 go in the row? Because we already said if this circle is a 5, it means all of these are prime, which means everything in the puzzle is prime. And we've just proven 4 is in the puzzle, so it's not. So this is the other 3, 4. This is the 5, 7 is the point. So that is definitely yellow. For what it is worth. So it does feel to me like 7 is quite unlikely. Oh, if it's 7, both of these digits are 4, I think. Because if it's, that's weird. This is a weird 4x4 thing. If it's 7, only one of these gets to be composite, and I know which the one is, which is whichever of these is a 4. So then all of these would be prime, and then both of these would therefore be the 4 for their row and column. So therefore, this is definitely a 5. That is weird. Very, very weird. Okay. one of these, I guess one or both of these is prime. If this is a 4, these are both prime. If this is a 3, only one of these is prime. Oh no, that's right. Emma's right. If this, it's always the case that one of these is prime. Because if this is a 3, one of these is prime because that's a 4. If this is a 4, that's a 3, and one of these is a prime. So one of these is always 4. One of those is always 4. Oh, this being a 4 breaks. Because 4 is the only composite. And so if this is 4, all of these become prime, and 4 and 5 are different numbers. So this can't be 4. So that's 3, 4, 3, 4. And we can yellowify all of that. We can dutify 4. 3, 4. That is the 5th one. So that is the 4, and that's the 4, and that's not a 4. And so that is a 2, uh-oh, did I screw this up? Oh, I can't count to 5, can I? It was a counting to 5 issue. This already is 5. Last time I counted, that was only 4 cells, but now it's 5 cells. So it actually resolves the opposite direction. So 4, 4. And so let's see. This is 2. That's 5. This is 3. That's 3. That's 2. That's 5. And that is 2. Very cute. Yeah, my brain just trying to like wrap itself around itself, trying to handle these circles that don't count themselves. And so I was like always just subtracting 1, and I subtracted too many 1s. This is very cute. I like this. Yeah, the like 5 circles is a pretty small, pretty impressive for the amount of sort of flexibility you theoretically have here. Alrighty, let's see. Let's do another one. Oh God. Oh God. I read some words of the. I read some words of this, and I admit I first saw green cells and I was like, oh no, a friendly cell puzzle. That is the worst. I do not want to do a friendly cell puzzle. But then I saw words in the actual rules section, and now I wish that Clover had just made me a friendly puzzle instead. Normal 4x4 rules apply. If the correct digits are placed in the green cells, then the rest of the grid is uniquely determined under normal Sudoku rules. If any one digit X is removed from a green cell, leaving the rest of the green cells in place, then the resulting Sudoku has exactly X solutions. Okay, nice. Okay, so this is a bizarre rule set, of course. Okay, I'm trying to decide if any of the green digits can be 1. I don't think it's. I think it's. It doesn't say that it's a minimal unique set of digits. Uh, Okay. So this digit, Paul Fly points out, has to be 1 for the following insane reason. Uh, we're imagining here that this is a given, uh, and that we remove it. Well, it's a given, so it must be one of these two givens, and it must be one of these two givens. And well, that means if I remove it, I could still place it right there. Really great eye there, Paul Fly. That would have taken me a long time to spot. So we've got our ones up here. Now, so okay, so the other digit here, the none one digit here, is interesting because the none one digit here has to go there. And so I'm trying to decide if that means it is this digit or isn't this digit. Probably, Emma. Seems more likely to me than it leaving 3. But who knows? Uh, yeah, so whatever this mysterious digit is here, it does go up there. And whatever the mysterious digit is here, it goes there. So let's see. I'm going to try and keep track of these things. So the digit that's with the 1 is purple here, and the digit that's with the 1 here is red. So okay, so got that. Okay, so trying to decide where red might go or what red might be. Uh, yeah, I know purple is over here somewhere. And this could be red. Do I know if this is red? Like I assume somehow we're sort of setting up a deadly pattern here. Uh, 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 purple circle goes there. Uh, uh, yeah, Paul Fly, you've just articulated the thing I was trying to sort of wrap my brain around, and I think you're right, which is whatever digit in here that I remove, there's assuredly only 2 possible values of that digit. Because there's 2 givens in the box. And so it does feel to me like I couldn't possibly have more than 2 solutions. But the only issue is, what if the value is one of the undetermines, and then also there's like a deadly pattern, and you get a 2 times 2 is 4 kind of thing or something. That's the only thing that I can think of that is a possibility that I have to worry about. Uh, Trying to understand what's going on with this digit, because I feel like this digit is also of relevance to what is happening here. I don't know how though yet, but I feel like I should be able to thinkify my way out of what that digit is. Let's see. And I know that purple goes over here. Uh, 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 yeah, this is this is actually quite interesting. Uh, like I'm assuming the point of this rule set was torture, but I actually find that this quite fascinating. Even if my brain maybe is melting slightly. Let's see. Uh, I will not be doing the 9x9 version though. Just to get that out there. So if this digit, the primary point was to make Shy make this face. I remember that there was a puzzle in one of the previous Bitty Bytes that encouraged you to pull out F puzzles and use the F puzzle solution counter. I remember nothing more than that, but I remember doing that on stream at some point, which is probably not unlike what is happening here. Uh, 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 so like I'm thinking things like, can this number be 1? Uh, and I don't think it possibly can, but I don't know how confident I am in that observation. Uh, 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 yeah, I'm using colors. Uh, I'll use letters if I have to, but the lines make my brain happier. Uh, in terms of seeing the geometry. Uh, 1 in pink, and so, of course, pink is 2, 3, or 4. Red is 2, 3, or 4. Uh, uh, let's see. So I'm just going to fill in a 1 here and just see what happens. So if this is a 1, it makes that pink and this red. Sorry, I did that backwards. If this is a 1, it makes that red and that pink. And then, of course, makes that 1 and that 1. uh, I'm deciding if that means anything to me. Uh, uh, okay, so yeah, so there's an interesting uh, thing going on here. So it's either red or it isn't. Uh, uh, so yeah, we will have a deadly pattern here if these are the same pair. So in other words, if this is red, that doesn't work, because if this is red, then we have a deadly pattern on the outside and it's not unique as promised. So in this universe where that's a 1, this has to be red. And so then this is the remaining digit, blue. That's blue, that's blue. And that's blue. So then that's red, and these are purple. So if that's a 1, all of this is forced. Which is interesting. I'm trying to understand the structure of this this a little bit. So if this is removed, actually, if this given's removed, we just get a deadly pattern here. And so I think this would be a 2. It would certainly be a 2 or a 4 would be the only options. It'll have to be even. Let's see. Paul Fly thinks this is also 2. Uh, 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 so I'm trying to understand, why is this... Oh, do we end up with this elaborate kind of horrible thing? Right, we end up with this elaborate kind of horrible thing. So yeah, so right, so if I remove this given, it makes pink and blue ambiguous in sort of a like setter's nightmare kind of deadly pattern that bounces all over the grid. But you have to have a given of 3 of the 4 digits in order to make this unique. But yeah, exactly. So in this universe, both of these are 2, I think. There's a chance this one's 4. This one's definitely 2. So is it true? Let me make this real quick. So I am imagining 1 1 1 4 2 1 open in Sudoku pad. Sorry, I'm typing this out so that we can look at this. So the question is, does this actually work? Does this actually have... Oh, I guess the question is, does this actually have 4 solutions if the 4 is removed? So I guess I should have deleted the 4. Sorry, so I should delete the 4. Export open in Sudoku pad. The question is, does this actually have 4 solutions or not? And maybe. So let's find out. So that is 2. We've got our 3 4s through there. Okay, so, and we can... I think this might actually be right. I think we might have accidentally solved the puzzle. Because I think there are going... Oh, no, there's gonna be a different number, aren't there? It's worse. It's more than 4, because I think I don't know where the 2 goes. Oh. Did I forget what we were doing? Oh, I forgot that row 4, column 2 was supposed to be given. Sorry. Aha. That's the problem. When Zeta copied the Sudoku puzzle, Zeta forgot that this was supposed to still be given. Okay, so the question is, does this have 4 solutions? And so this is a naked 3, 2, 4. Let's see. These are a 3, 4. These are a 2, 3. That's a 3, 4. These are a 2, 3, 4. That one is not a 4. I don't think it has 4 solutions. I think it has 4 solutions. I think it might actually have 3 solutions, actually. Because I think it depends where I put this 2. So if I put the 2 there... Okay, so if I put the 2 here, it definitely has 2 solutions. If I put the 2 here, how many solutions does it have? Aha. Okay, so it has 3 solutions. The answer is it has 3 solutions. So that does not work. But also we have a vision of what 3 solutions looks like now. Oh yeah, so if red is 3, it just solves. I think. Yeah, so if red is 3, this just solves, I think is what we've just accidentally discovered. So the thing is, my proof, I think... probably doesn't work for... Yeah, so my belief that if red was... My belief that this red could only be 2 or 4 because of this deadly pattern, I think is wrong. So yeah, the question is, what happens if I remove... What if I make this a 3 instead? Or sorry, what if I remove this 4? So if I replace this 4 with a 3, then that one works. But what if I replace this red circle with a 3? Oops. That's not what I wanted to do. Sorry, 3. Export. Sorry, what if I remove that? Boy, my brain is not holding this. If I remove this and make that a 3, will that have 3 solutions? That's the question. Open in Sudoku pad. So let's try it and see what happens. So we get 4, 4, 2, 3, 4, 2, 3. This is 2, 3. This is 3, 4. And this is 2, 3, 4. I'm not 100% sure I believe you, though. Let's see. So if this is a 2, then there's 2 solutions. If this is a 2, then there's 1 solution. So yeah, it does actually work. I think is the answer. I think it does actually work. So I think this digit is 3. That digit is 2. Yeah. So we accidentally, I think, solved this. Let's see if solution check agrees. Okay, solution check doesn't agree. So we have not actually solved it. Oh, sorry, I just didn't fill in a 3 there. We have actually solved it. So in the process of proving that this was not 1, or understanding why this couldn't be 1, we accidentally found the solution to the puzzle. So under the hypothesis that this was 1, everything else was forced, and we got to the rest of it. I'm trying to decide if there was a way we could have decided that this wasn't 1 easily. There probably was. Or sorry, that this couldn't not be 1. But I am not sure. Well, I mean, of course there's a way I could have. But not easily, though, I suspect. Yeah, the easily was the part that I was trying to see if I missed something sort of easy or more complicated. I definitely believe you could do it. But let's have a look at this one next. So quit being silly, YouTube. So select, okay, so this is a mean mini killer. So just select digits from 1 through 9 inclusive, 4 digits total. So this puzzle has exactly 1 solution when solved as a 4x4 using those digits. Digits in a cage, not repeat, and sum to the total. Okay, so we again have the old meta sudoku. So these ones here are the same digit, which means that this is always the same digit. Now, these two can't be those two, because if these two are those two, we have a problem. How do I avoid these two being these two? I'm not quite immediately sure. Let's see. Okay, well, this cell can't be yellow. No, that's not true. Sorry. Maybe this cell can be yellow. Maybe. Yeah, one of blue and yellow has to be in the 8 cage, or we've got a problem. Let's see. Is it possible, maybe this is the question, is it possible that there is no common digit between the 5 and the 7 cage? Because if there's no common digit between the 5 and the 7 cage, that means that all of the digits add to 12. If there is a common digit, it's that one. So is there a problem with having a sum to 5 and a sum to 7? So if I do have a sum to 5 and a sum to 7, and they don't overlap, And I also have a sum to 8. That means I have both 1 and 3 in the puzzle. Uh, uh, but that doesn't work. So I'd have to have 1 and 3. So 1 and 3 would be the left out digits down here. Yeah, what's wrong with 2316? Uh, yeah, it would be so if these two digits are different, then it has to be 2316. Uh, uh, let's see. Okay, so maybe I want to try this universe and try out this universe, uh, and see how it goes. Uh, so these would be 2 3. These would be 1 6. And so that'll be 1 6. These will be 1 6. These will be 2 3. That'll be yellow. This will be blue. Because it's certainly not green, because green's 2 3. And this will be green. And now in this instance, then what do we get? We know that this has to be 2 and 6. So this would be 2 and 6 and 1 and 6. And 3 and 1 and 6 and 1 and 2 and 3. And 2 and 3. We're asking ourselves if it's possible that these two digits are different. And so this is what happens in the world where these two are different. And so then we're just going to have to ask ourselves what happens if those two are the same. I assumed they were going to be the same. However, I don't think they are, because I think we have once again accidentally found the solution. So if we go back here, this was all based on the idea of, yeah, my instinct keeps being backwards. So my question was, is it possible that these are different? And the answer was, well, if they're different, everything is forced and the puzzle looks exactly like that. Here is the world where these two are the same instead. So if these two are the same instead, then it looks like this, where that's going to end up being yellow and purple. And then we're going to end up with a blue-green deadly pattern at the bottom, is the point. No, it's not necessarily a blue-green deadly pattern, because we don't know about the sums. Intriguing. So what is going on here? And blue is 2 more than yellow. That's true. Blue is 2 more than yellow. Could the 8 be blue yellow? I'm not sure. This situation confuses me. Uh, the digits are provided, so the fourth digit being ambiguous doesn't matter. The non-uniqueness is more complicated than that. But I'm trying to decide how we would resolve even this piece. I am not sure. MS says the 8 cage resolves it, but I don't understand how the 8 cage resolves it. If blue, I know blue is 2 more than yellow. So if this is blue, I know it's 3, 5. But what if this is yellow, green? Oh, Lord. Yes, Garion is completely right. That's the point. It's way simpler. It's way, way, way simpler. The point is this has a deadly pattern. There we go. Yeah, so this has nothing to do with the arithmetic down here. The arithmetic down here is messy and horrible and completely irrelevant. The point is we have a deadly pattern on yellow and purple. So to go back to this in its simplest form, my question was, can these two be the same? And the answer is, if you look at it right, instantly no, because the second these two are the same, then you get this deadly pattern here. And so that doesn't work, and so they have to be different. And then as soon as they're different, then you're done. Oh, right. Okay, so I don't know that we did actually disprove this being yellow. We maybe have not disproved the this is yellow version of the world. So we can we can look at that and see what happens there. I can make that green. Let's see. So let's see what happens here. Is there green, blue? Well, obviously that one's yellow. This doesn't have to be green. These aren't given digits. But we're not actually trying to avoid the deadly pattern. We're actually trying to prove there has to be a deadly pattern because we already found the way to avoid the deadly pattern, which we did somehow by miraculously guessing at the very beginning. Right. Right. It is the set of digits that has to make it unique. So, of course, if it was unique, the purple would end up there, but I already know it's not unique. So, so an if that starts with if it was unique is not super useful, unfortunately. Uh, so this has to be blue or green. There's something interesting. To do with this being, say, green plus purple. Yeah, I guess now the question is, are these two the same or different? And that's got to be how we sort of proceed from here. But I am not sure. So, yeah, I guess technically this is green or purple, and this is blue or green. And so this is also blue or green. Yeah, I don't quite understand this case. But I'm going to do the next puzzle instead of sort of focusing on this more. I'm going to regret doing the next puzzle. Okay, let's look at the next puzzle. So, mean mini toroidal Urswitch X-sum Sudoku. So fill the grid with 4 digits from 1 to 9 inclusive in normal 4x4 Sudoku fashion. You must determine which digits to use. Clues outside the grid are toroidal X-sums clues. The clues give the value of the first X digits in that row or column, counting from the direction where the clue appears, where X is the first digit in the row or column. If X is greater than 4, the sum wraps around and continues summing in that direction. The X-sum clues are expressed as Urswitch clues. Each letter or question mark stands for a digit from 0 to 9. The same letter stands for a different digit in each clue in which it appears. Question marks can stand for any digit and are not necessarily different from each other. In 2-digit clues, the first digit must not be 0. Okay, so you always need a bare minimum of 4. It's Irwish? Irwish. It is Irwish. There's no S. Good point. So all of these numbers are at least 4 for what it's worth. Because in order to get a 2-digit sum, you have to get to at least 4. And the maximum sum can actually be quite large. Now, on the other hand, these must be 1, 2, 3, because you can't get a... Oh, I was completely wrong, by the way. This was not true. This is not at all true. That would only be true if I was talking about digits from 1 through 4, but I'm of course not, because I'm in a lot bigger things. But these are definitely from 1, 2, 3. And they're not both 1. So these 2 digits are different, possibly. Okay. Actually, this digit, if you think about it, can't be 2. Because if it was a 2, it would make both B's be 1. So that doesn't work. And if these were if this was 9, same regardless of what it is. And if this were 8, both would be the same regardless of what it is. Because if they were 8, it would just be the sum of the same digits again. So this can only be 3, 4, 5, 6, or 7 for whatever it is worth. I'm not quite sure how I'm supposed to use this note-taking box. It feels like this note-taking box is sort of the opposite of the thing. But I can use my magical writing tool, I guess. So I have 3 numbers that begin with B. Josh, the thing that's wrong with 8 is that these would have the same exact sum. Both B and A would be the same. It would be the sum of this number twice, but that's the same as the sum as this number twice. So I need a number that's fairly large because I need to be able to get my B up to at least 3. Because, for example, I could have 1, 2, and 3 could be my leading Bs. And there are 8 values for A. So let's see. So the largest digit that's used, could it be as small as 6? So if the largest digit that's used was 6, that would be 21 plus 6 plus 5 at maximum. That does annoyingly get to 32. So I don't think I can quite yet rule out the possibility that the largest digit is 6. I do know okay, so here's an interesting observation. I think this digit yes, this digit can't be 4, right? This digit can't be 4 because it would be give me both of those. But actually, none of these can be 4 or 8, because if they were 4 or 8, then we would instantly have the problem that 4 or 8 would give you the same A over there. So actually these, if you write them down, they're not 4 or 8, because that digit would repeat in this column and would give me the same last digit. And of course, these ones that are on 2-digit clues aren't 1 either. And actually 9 has exactly the same problem, and 5 has exactly the same problem. So 5 actually also doesn't work here either, because a sum of 5, it would be the same sum, but a sum of 5 would be the same sum for these also. So that's also not 5. This one's also not 1 because it's a 2-digit sum and I just missed it. So we're actually getting close if you look at it, because we've now only got 5 candidate numbers, which are 1, 2, 3, 6, and 7. Right. If this is 1, then where does the 1 go in row 1? If this is 1, that's a 1, and that doesn't work either. So yeah, so in fact, the digits are 2, 3, 6, and 7. Very good. I wasn't connecting it because of the well, these are both 2s, by the way. I wasn't connecting it because of the single-digit ones. Both of these are 2 because I can't sum 3 of these numbers and get a single-digit number. So these are both 2. So we can do that. And actually, once we've done that, that's 2 and that's 2. And we have some reasonable start. So the sum of a row is 18. Good to know. Okay. I mean, this digit surely can't be 3, right? Uh, actually, if I put a 3 here, it's 16 in this direction. Yeah, that doesn't work. 3 doesn't work. If I put a 3 here, the sum in this direction is 16, and the sum in this direction is assuredly something that also starts with 1. So this can't be a 3. It's definitely a 6 or a 7. The maximum total is 31, is good to know, Emma says. 18 plus 3 is 20. Wait. Shouldn't the maximum total be 18 plus 3 plus 6 plus 7? I think the maximum total is 18 plus 3 plus 6 plus 7. So, like, if that's a 7, that's what I get. I don't think that number is 31. Yeah, the 3 times b is used are 1 of each, 1, 2, and 3, as long as the total starts with that. Yeah, 34. That seems reasonable. So 34. Okay. So the maximum is 34. And for the record, these two digits are different, so I should color a little bit. All of these can be green, just so I don't have to think about it. Because if these two were the same, then, of course, the A would be repeated. So actually, if I look at it, that's blue and that's yellow. And this is the other thing. Maybe this was not as helpful as I had hoped. This can be red, I suppose. But I had fantasized that they would spread a little bit more than that. Let's see. The A's all being different is quite interesting. Let's see. I know Ron is not behind, but Ron has said row 4, column 1. Oh, is it row 1, column 4? This one can't be 3, right? Row 1, column 4 can't be 3 because row 2 and column 4 are the same sum. Is that true? I don't think that's true, unfortunately. Because if this is a 3, the sum is everything but yellow, and that's a 3, but it's not everything but yellow. It's everything but that cell then. Let's see. If this is not a 3, assuredly that breaks, right? What's the minimum sum I get if I take a sum of 6? Yeah, that doesn't work. I have to get a sum in the teens somehow, and I can only do that with a 3. Because remember, the B's are a 1, 2, 3. So this has to be a 3. Because if I start with a 6, it's 18 plus 6 at a minimum. So this is the only one that could start with a 3. So that is also a 3 over there for what that is worth. Okay, and so in fact, actually, if we look at it, now I actually know the sum of this one. The sum of this one is 16. So let me pull up my magical tool here. This is 16. So that's B is 1 and A is 6 for what it is worth. A here is 1 or 2 for sure, for what it's worth, based on what this is. Yeah. This A is 8 or 9. This A is 5, 8, or 9. Maybe I just don't want to keep track of the B's and I just want to keep track of the A's. That's probably what I actually want to do. So the A here we said is 6. The A here is 8 or 9. The A here is 5, 8, or 9. There we go. Okay. Yeah, we can try doing that just to say we actually know we've done those for sure. The row 1A, I'm being told, is 7 or 0. So, okay, I'm just going to trust chat because I don't want to do the math. This is 0 or 7. And then what about row 1? Wait, oh, sorry. There's disagreement about this calculation. Sorry, okay, so I have to actually do it. So here, if this is a 6, it's going to be 13, 18 plus 13. It's going to be 31. Or if it's a 7, it's going to be 18 plus 31. It's going to be 34. So this is going to be end in 1 or 4. And what about this row? This row, it could be 13. Sorry, it could be 18 plus 9 is 27. Or it could be 18, 28. Of course, it could be 30. So I think this is 7 or 0. Uh-oh, some people say 7 or 9. Did I do that wrong? Let's just try that again. So 7, sorry. So if this is a 7, it would be 18 plus 10 plus 2. I think it would be 30. So 0 or 7. Okay. Okay, so oh, but the 7 version, did the 7 version make both 30 something? I think the 7 version made both 30 something because the 7 one made it 30 in the row and 34 in the column. So actually this has to be 6. Oops. If we pay attention. So that means I have to delete both of these. Oops. And write these in. So when this was 6, it was 18 plus 13 is 31. And when this was 6, this was 18 plus 9 is 27. So we've now finished our B's, and we've also used 1 and 7 in A. Those aren't 7. That's not 7. For what it is worth. So 3, 2, 6 would be 11, but we've already used A as 1, Paul Fly points out. So that's 7, 6, 6, 3, 3, 6, 7. And then it just all collapses. It's funny that this collapses with I guess we did use these for the break-in. The break-in was the thing about 5 and 8. Or 4, 5, 8, 1, etc. That was the point of the break-in. Okay, that makes sense. That was cute. I liked that. Let us clear everything. Alrighty, though. I think that is going to be a good puzzle to wrap up the stream on. So thank you to everyone for hanging out. We've got, I think, a little more to go. Let me peek a little. Let's see. We've got 3 pages left. World's smallest colossal slitherlink, irregular frame quadruplets, and the world's smallest colossal cave mean mini masu. Okay, so we'll do those next time on Sunday. But thank you, everyone, for hanging out today. Much appreciated. Thank you to everyone who supports the stream. We greatly appreciate all of you who do that. If you want to support the stream financially, you can always do that by clicking the join button down below. We greatly appreciate those of you who do. And we greatly appreciate our turbines, including several of whom I've seen in chat today: Daniel, Danita, David, Franco, Nell, Nordy, Plonktime, DDX, and Dorlier. Thank you so much for all of your support. I will see all of you real soon, I hope. So I hope to see you all Sunday. Thanks for watching. Bye for now.